Good morning, everyone. It is now 9:30, so I propose that this inquiry is resumed. First of all, could I just check that everybody that we're expecting to be here from the main parties are here?
Certainly I am. Jacqueline, Miss Molyneux, I think, is about to reappear. There she is.
I'm not on mute, but I can't. She's talking. I can't hear her sing.
What you mean? Okay, that's fine. Me.
We can hear you.
We're all here, madam, from the council.
Yes, I'll just check that. Yes, thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
Ma'am, if I may, I had to leave the inquiry early on Friday, so I've liaised with my colleague from Highways. If we could just do some housekeeping before you start the session this morning, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I don't see that we have any interested parties from the public who have joined the Zoom call, but obviously there will be the live stream available. So this is day 5. Or shall I just check? Sorry, Miss Molyneux, can you hear me? Miss Molyneux, can you hear me?
No, it sounds.
No.
Madam, we'll try and get that resolved, perhaps whilst you make some progress on housekeeping.
Okay, then thanks a lot. So this is day 5 of the inquiry. Obviously, we've had a day where we haven't sat, and today we'll be listening to Ms. Muller's evidence on behalf of the appellant, which is predominantly based, and Mr. Atkinson will be cross-examining her. This afternoon, we'll be holding a discussion around the virtual table, and that's on housing matters. And then you'll remember we've also have a reserve, what I call a reserve session.
Sorry.
Don't use headphones.
Mrs. Molyneux, we can hear you, so that's a bit disturbing. I'm guessing she can't hear us at all, madam.
Yeah, we'll continue because I don't think that she can hear us. Okay, so what I'll do
that is now IT, madam.
I think what I'll do is I will I just quickly adjourn until this is sorted out, just because obviously I'm conscious that we are on record at the moment, and we can't ask Miss Mullen has now put a she's on mute now, so that's okay. I will continue then. So as I said, yes, you'll recall we've got the reserve session, and that's really for any outstanding questions that I have. Now, as it is, I've reviewed everything, and I have an outstanding it's a couple of questions. They're related to one another, and they are in relation to ecology matters. So I'm happy for all of the other members of your team, Mr. Litton, who you'd kindly put on standby, for them to be stood down. It will be in ecology, in a quick ecology discussion, I would imagine.
All right, thank you.
So I presume that's acceptable. Yeah, it's still possible.
Yes,
to do
I'll
that.
make sure Ms. Tamlin is available for that this afternoon.
And Mr. Atkinson, can I just check? Obviously, there's no dispute between the parties in respect to ecology, but will there be somebody from your team side at hand to assist in that discussion, or will we purely be relying upon the appellant's team? Mr. Atkinson.
Yeah, sorry, madam. Yes, we'll have Mr. Humphreys, but no, nobody else.
Okay, I think I think Mr. Humphreys will be able to assist, so I think that would be sufficient.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just moving on to some matters of housekeeping now, I think, if we just refresh ourselves after the weekend break. In no particular order, you recall the discussion that we had about the SIL compliance statement, and that's in connection with the sustainable transport planning obligation which the County Council was proposing. So I'll just take that first. Is there any update on that matter, please, in terms of where we are?
Morning, ma'am. I understand that the sustainable transport the contribution request is going to be removed from section 106, and the SIL statement will be amended accordingly. So we're addressing that today with our legal team.
Thank you. And can I expect that to be submitted before closing on Wednesday?
Is that the SIL statement, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, I can get that across to Basildon today, so
Yeah.
that will be with you by Wednesday. Yes.
Yeah, I will need that by Wednesday, so I'll just impress the urgency on that, please. But thank you very much for that clarification and for you coming along to do that. In relation to the section 106, obviously the discussion is around the same matter, and you've confirmed that the section 106 will be adjusted accordingly, and we had agreed a date for that to be submitted, signed final copy to be submitted by no later than Friday the 14th of October.
Yeah.
And that's because of the engrossment procedure that we're tied to in respect to the County Council's timescales.
That's much appreciated.
And that I will agree that timescale, and that's on the basis that there isn't going to be any other dispute that arises between now and then, and that my understanding is, as you've presented to me today, that's the only basis that I can accept that. So thank you very much.
Madam, just on that, we're just going to, I'm just double checking with Mr. Smith, because I'm not sure that until Ms. Cook indicated that the County Council is going to drop its requirement for the contribution, that we were aware of that.
Okay,
so,
right.
Just checking with Mr. Smith that now amend the section 106 so that it's completely clean, but for signing, and we'll send you a copy of that hopefully before Wednesday.
Thank you.
Completely clean final version, which is complete save for execution.
Excellent. That's what we're working on. We do have, I'm conscious we do have the blue pencil clause as well, but there's time to get it resolved. So I think we will stick with that. So thank you very much. That gives me the certainty that I need or may need. So in terms of the conditions, you'll recall that we had the discussion around conditions, and there were a number of additional revisions that came out of that, and the main parties had agreed to revise their schedule and resubmit that to me, and I just want to check that that is something that's in hand at the moment and will be provided before closing. I think Mr.
I'm sure it will. I think our expectation was that because the council had said they would look at the wording of some of these conditions, we would get, the next draft from them. I don't think we have received anything to date, but I would anticipate we'll get something in the course of this morning or certainly today.
Okay, Mr. Atkinson, are you able to just give me some comfort that that's in hand?
That's right, madam. Certainly today, within the next hour, we're working towards.
Thank you. Okay. Again, that's something that for Claude, you don't foresee any issue for me having that for before we close.
No, I don't, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, if that changes, do let me know as soon as you can. And then the other matter on my housekeeping list is around the part of Mr. and Mrs. Mead's evidence or response, which had been submitted at the planning application stage, but for some administrative reason hadn't made its way to myself or the appellant until Friday. And I understand, as my recollection and notes, that Mr. Litton, your team was going to prepare a response to that, and I just want to check that that is still in hand and will be provided before closing.
Yes, madam. As I think I indicated, I wasn't going to ask Ms. Symes to do that over the weekend. She, as I understand, is doing it today. I'll see that document either today or tomorrow. You'll have it, I hope. Well, you will have it first thing Wednesday morning before closing.
Thank you. The only other matter that I do have a query, and that's in respect to affordable housing. It's more a matter of just clarity so that I'm crystal clear in my own mind. It's something that I'm confident that either party can either direct me to in the evidence or confirm. And I just propose to pick that up during the housing round table. We'll have the appropriate people around the table. It isn't a rocket science type of question. It's just more a matter of fact that I just want to make sure that I'm happy with. Okay, so that concludes all the housekeeping for me, and there's nothing else this morning that I need to raise. Is there anything that either the council or the appellant needs to bring to my attention now?
Not from the appellants, thank you, madam.
Just thinking about the scheduling of today. I estimated an hour of cross-examination for Ms. Mulliner, but I don't think I'll be that long.
Okay.
So I'll just raise that now in case, maybe that we could move to the round table a bit sooner than 1:30, but let's see how we get on.
We'll see how we get on, and then we can make the only concern I have with that is it's short notice is
understood.
Is in case anybody's wanting to tune in and they haven't yet. So we'll take that as we'll see. But obviously, I'm conscious that I don't want to sort of waste inquiry time if we can get through things a little bit quicker. So we'll take a view on that. So thank you for that anyway. So okay. So if I can, I'll just welcome Ms. Mulliner.
Ma'am, may I be excused now if I've
Yes, I beg your pardon. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So yes, if I can just check, Ms. Mulliner, can you hear me? And
thank you, ma'am. So apologies earlier on.
No, and I can hear you as well. So if I can hear you, I presume that the likes of Mr. Litton, Mr. Atkinson, you can all hear Ms. Mulliner as well. Thank you. Okay. So I will just pass over to Mr. Litton. If you'd like to take Ms. Mulliner through her evidence in chief. It might be useful to begin with if you might want to give us an indication of which documents you're going to be referring to.
Sorry, madam. You should have Mrs. Mullen's main proof of evidence and her appendices, a summary proof of evidence, and also a rebuttal proof of evidence, which may have the appendices to that bound in with it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce her as I did with Miss Symes. I'm not going to ask her to read from her summary or any other document which has been in circulation for now over 5 weeks, but there are some matters I just want her to focus on. So your name is Jacqueline Marner, and you tell us on page 2 of your main proof of evidence you have a BA Honours and a BTP from the former Bristol Polytechnic, and you're a full and have been a full member of the Royal Town Planning Institute for 26 years, currently the Managing Director at Terence O'Rourke, and you've worked where you've worked as a town planner since March 1993. During your time at Terence O'Rourke, you have provided planning advice in respect of a range of development projects throughout England for both public and private sector, and you participated in many development plan examinations and Section 78 inquiries as an expert planning witness. More recently, you have focused on the residential development sector. You set out some more detail in relation to Gleeson Land, and also your familiarity with the appeal site, etc. So with that introduction, what I wanted to do, please, Mrs. Mulliner, is just pick up 1 or 2 things. And the first thing is the local plan, the 1998 adopted local plan, or at least the saved policies from that local plan. And just invite you to make any comments that you wish to in relation to that particular document, particularly in relation to the consistency of the policies that are most relevant to the determination of this appeal with the NPPF, and your views as to whether or not that document and those policies are out of date and why.
Thank you. I mean, yes, I think the starting point for this is obviously it's right that the local plan defines the greenbelt boundaries. And to that extent, the policy BAS GB1 would be consistent, but those boundaries were set back in 1989. They are manifestly out of date. Not only because of the 5-year housing land supply situation and the housing delivery test, with reference to footnote 8 of the framework, but more importantly, because the greenbelt boundaries were set at a time beyond, with foreseen development needs in mind, beyond the plan period. So we were already looking beyond the time horizon of the plan. At the time, the 1989 plan was, or 1998 plan went to 2001. Actually, the greenbelt boundaries in that plan were set with development needs for 2011 in mind. And there were 2 safeguarded sites to address that situation. Again, with reference to a structure plan, which clearly no longer exists and hasn't for some time. So there was already that position of looking to endure beyond a plan period with those needs in mind. But of course, that now is many, many years ago, and those greenbelt boundaries haven't been reviewed again since. And as a consequence, they have been a significant constraint on the council in terms of its ability to deliver housing. And that is, again, with reference to the housing delivery test, looking backwards and looking forwards, is a huge constraint. And there is a tension then between those boundaries and the government's imperative to significantly boost the supply of land for housing. And the council itself have been clear, both in its local plan progress to date since 2014, when they've been looking at greenbelt review. They have regularly expressed the opinion that they must review greenbelt boundaries if their development needs are to be met. And actually the housing delivery test action plan notes the review of the local plan as the critical step. That is the critical step, the most important step, if this council is to meet its housing needs. There is at the moment no evidence of any better or alternative sites to meet that need outside the greenbelt. And there is also no, I know when Mr. Humphreys was giving his evidence, there was reference to strategic gaps, but there are no strategic gap policies within that plan. The development plan policy itself sets an affordable need between 15 and 30%. And there is no adopted plan policy specifying open space and BMG. So in terms of the housing needs and green belt, those boundaries must be considered to be out of date. There is no dispute. They were set with a mind to development needs, and those needs in that time has long since passed. In terms of then DE 12, which is the other policy referenced in our reasons for refusal, that policy, Ma'am, if you look at the supporting text of the policy, it's a development control policy, and it's clearly related to residential and visual amenities of adjoining residents. I'm taking that from paragraph 11.1, supporting the policy itself.
Just to interrupt you, sorry, Mr. Muller, that's CD 4.5, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So then the policy itself, and we know that the only issue that the council has against us on this is the small I, with regard to harm to the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene. And we know that there is no harm to the surrounding character of the area. It's not impacting on the character of the surrounding area, and certainly not on residential and visual amenities. But irrespective of that, the policy itself is inconsistent with the NPPF because it obviously is setting something, it is preventing development which causes, I would say, material harm. I mean, it would have to be material harm to that area, which doesn't really reflect the kind of cost-benefit approach of the framework. So there is an inconsistency there. But irrespective of that, it's very clear that it's relating to residential and visual amenities of adjoining residents. And that is not something that has been set against or claimed against this development proposal.
Thank you, Mrs. Molnar. Was there anything else on the adopted local plan, or can we move to the withdrawn emerging local plan?
No, that's all I would say for now on the adopted plan. Thank you.
All right. Then in relation to the emerging local plan, I'd like you please just to comment on the relevance and weight to be given both to the evidence base, particularly the 2018 topic paper, but also the fact that the appeal site was allocated. And then secondly, I'd like you to comment, please, on the approach that Mr. Humphreys and the reliance that he has placed on those documents and the weight he puts on those documents in his evidence, in contrast with the use of those documents that he makes.
Well, I would start with really going, no comment directly on the adopted plan, but clearly because that plan was adopted in a pre-2004 Act, we do have to look at the terms from which those policies were saved. And Ma'am, you're very aware of the saving letters that came. I know you made a comment the other day, so I don't need to go to them. But they were very clear that when policies were saved at that point in time, back in 2007, that any emerging evidence base and change in national policy and other considerations to that effect could carry considerable weight. In this case, it is my position that the emerging evidence should carry considerable weight.
And can you divorce the evidence base from the fact of allocation? Because Mr. Humphrey's approach appears to be he accepts that the evidence base is a material consideration, albeit that he gives it limited weight. But his position appears to be that because the plan itself and therefore the allocation itself has been withdrawn, that is completely irrelevant. Is that, what's your view?
No, it's not irrelevant. I mean, one leads to the other. The evidence base was set in a way, it was reported to committee to be a robust evidence base. There was no dispute about the housing need per se. The council looked at its evidence base. It released or proposed to release a number of sites from the Greenbelt to meet some, although not all, of the need. And the council actually did omit a number of sites which they felt caused greater harm and unacceptable harm to the Greenbelt. They were 2,000 homes short of meeting the local housing need for that reason. The inspector, the local plan examining inspector, asked them the question as to why were they not meeting the local housing need, and why, if they were going to release Greenbelt sites, they weren't going to release more in order to meet that need. So we already know that there was the suite of sites that were allocated were the absolute best and preferred options of the council to do that. And they weren't sufficient to meet the need. And so the fact that the council had proposed to allocate the site, flowing from that very wide and strong evidence base, is clearly a strong material consideration.
Thank you. And in terms of the 2018 topic paper, what weight would you give to that document, say, relative to the 2017 review?
Well, clearly the evidence base was is an iterative process going through. The topic paper is the council's last say on its approach to the release of land from the Greenbelt, which went into the plan. And I would say it carries greater weight than earlier documents that may have assessed, for example, Greenbelt review, the landscape appraisal, but what they didn't do, and what the topic paper did do, was look at then the potential to reduce the harm through mitigation. And that's where things like the boundary planting on the southern edge of the site came in, the consideration of the way in which the site was self-contained by the highway boundaries. And so the topic paper was a progression of that evidence, and it was the council's final say on the way it was approaching the Greenbelt before submitting the plan for examination.
Good, thank you. Then, unless there's anything else to say on the withdrawn emerging local plan, can we just turn, please, to paragraph 11 and the tilted balance, the correct interpretation of paragraph 11D in the NPPF?
Well, it's the tilted balance is engaged to the extent that clearly paragraph 11D is in force, and it is only if there are clear reasons to refuse the development that the balance would be disapplied. And in this case, what my evidence is, and I strongly believe, that in terms of the Greenbelt test, very special circumstances do exist. And because very special circumstances do exist to develop in the Greenbelt, then there is not a clear reason to refuse planning permission.
there is, as you say in your evidence, there are very special circumstances, and therefore there is no clear reason to refuse planning permission. What impact does that have on the application of the tilted balance?
Well, then the tilted balance does apply.
Good. All right.
Sorry, Miss Mulliner, you just dropped out there. I didn't hear that critical reply. Sorry.
The tilted balance does apply.
Does right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, it kept dropping out. Every time you went to say it, it dropped out, and I couldn't.
All right, then, Ms. Mulliner, I know that there's going to be a separate roundtable discussion in relation to housing and affordable housing need. I don't think there's really much dispute about that, so I'm not asking you to really elaborate on your position in relation to that. But I would just like you, please, to explain to the inspector what the existing delivery of affordable housing is, and why this development will make a significant contribution to that affordable housing delivery.
Thank you. I mean, Mum, I think it might be just worth you just making a note of a couple of reference points on this. Firstly, the planning statement of common grounds at 617 and 618, and also my proof at 610 and 611. But basically, the affordable need is 391 dwellings per annum. Over the last 3 years, there's been a gross provision of only 88 dwellings delivered. And on average, 24 dwellings per annum over the last 5 years. But if you remove the right to buy provisions, that's only 9 net affordable homes per annum against a need of 391 dwellings per annum. This site, this proposal, if you grant planning permission, would deliver 72 affordable homes. On that net provision figure, that would be 8 years worth of what the council has been doing, and it is a substantial benefit of the scheme.
Thank you. And is that separate to the provision of market housing?
Yes, yes. I mean, the provision of market housing in itself as well would be a substantial benefit of the scheme.
And I mean, in terms then of delivering delivering housing, of which clearly affordable housing is a component, what is the prospect of this council being able to do anything about that before it adopts an up-to-date local plan?
Well, I think the point is before it adopts an up-to-date local plan, it is at the moment wholly reliant on sites within the urban areas to deliver affordable homes. And as you can see from the Eastgate Town Centre scheme, Mum, which was handed in as an ID document, it's ID 4. You'll see from that at paragraph 73 and also 87 that the affordable provision is 5% affordable. It may increase at reserve matter stage to 10% affordable, but I think that decision highlights the difficulty in achieving affordable housing on brownfield town centre sites that have their own challenges in terms of viability. So in terms of 2 things really, one, in terms of the ability to deliver affordable housing is constrained within the urban areas, but also inevitably the ability to deliver family housing You know, the Eastgate Town Centre scheme will be a flattered development, and it is incredibly difficult to deliver that family housing without the release of sites such as the appeal site. So looking forward, just in itself, the council clearly can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So even if every single site was delivering a policy compliant level of affordable housing, it would not come anywhere close to meeting the affordable need that is building year on year in this borough.
And just jumping back, please, to the Eastgate Town Centre scheme. You indicated that 5% affordable housing, it might increase with down the line. But what prospect is there of that scheme delivering any affordable housing in the next 5 years?
Well, clearly it's got to go through a process of reserve matters. It is a town centre scheme, a previously developed scheme. It will take some years to come forward. And so it's certainly not something that's going to start delivering affordable housing within the short to medium term. It will take some time.
And in terms of a local plan, a new local plan coming forward and being adopted, what's the time horizon for that?
Well, I mean, this now, we're looking at the very best, I would say, at the end of 2027. That was the local development scheme that was taken to Cabinet a couple of weeks ago. It has still to be ratified by full council, as we heard. But it's another 5 years from now, by which time, obviously, just going back to those greenbelt boundaries in Billericay and the local plan, they are decades old now.
I mean, let's assume that the full council ratifies the LDS. Is that a material step in taking forward the local plan itself?
No, all it does, and in fact we can see that because actually I think this is the 13th or 14th iteration of the LDS. All the council has to do is keep the LDS up to date, actually. So all it does is set out a programme for undertaking the review. It is not a material step to actually doing the review itself. The council delayed again or changed again or stopped taking forward the local plan. All it would have to do is update its LDS. The LDS is merely a reflection of the programme.
Right. And I mean, in terms of progress with that any new plan, has there been a call for sites?
No.
All right, and then can we move on, please, to harm to the green belt? Just taking account of Ms. Simons's evidence on Friday of last week, and indeed the answers that she and Mr. Humphreys gave in their evidence. What's your view as to the harm of the green belt, and in particular harm to the purposes and whether or not there is sprawl, as was suggested to Ms. Symes?
Yeah, I mean, just taking those the sprawl, coalescence or settlements merging and countryside encroachment, just in that order, in the order of the purposes that appear in the NPPF. I mean, in terms of urban sprawl, it was an interesting debate or discussion last week in terms of what was actually meant by sprawl. And there was a reference to CD 6.9 and paragraph 5.56. And what the definition of sprawl actually was. And if it is meant to mean, if that first sentence is meant to be ribbon development, then clearly this proposal is not urban sprawl. It is not a ribbon development proposal at all. Not urban sprawl. In terms of separation and preventing settlements from merging, as we heard from Ms Symes again, that there is, that clearly there is the development of the appeal site itself, and incrementally, if that continued, if all of the lands between Basildon and Billericay were developed, then clearly those settlements would merge. But that is not the proposal that is before you, ma'am. And it may be that actually developing this site may increase the importance, for example, of the land in between, the remaining open lands in between those settlements. But in of itself, the development of this appeal site will not risk those settlements from merging, or indeed Noak Hill from merging with Billericay. There is no strategic policy for this site, and clearly there is not a risk of those merging, and that's what the topic paper came to the conclusion of, as well as the other evidence documents. In terms of countryside encroachment, and I will put openness within that, yes, it is accepted, and Ms Symes accepted that there is a significant impact on that, but only to the extent that it is the appeal site itself that is impacted. So the impact is very limited and localised.
Good. Then I wanted, please, to then focus on what you say are the very special circumstances. And we're going to do this by reference to the, as it were, the long list that I ran through with Mr. Humphreys to get your views. He accepted that all of these were at least capable of being very special circumstances. And I just welcome your views, please, Mrs. Mulliner, as to what you say in the context of this particular case, whether they are very special circumstances and why. And so the first question is, where there's an acute need for market and affordable housing, it's agreed that that is capable of being a very special circumstance. What's your view as to whether or not that is a very special circumstance in this case?
I believe it is a very special circumstance in this case. And in fact, ma'am, I would go so far as to say in this case, because of the age of the plan, because of the housing delivery test, because of the housing land supply, because of the acute need for affordable housing, because of the lack of ability of the council to do anything significant to address that situation, because they have just thrown away their critical step in withdrawing the local plan, I would say that that housing need alone, addressing that housing need alone, is in this case capable of being a very special circumstance in its own right. That is enough in this case.
We know it's capable. In your view, is it a very special circumstance that is, which would outweigh any harm? Yes,
it would outweigh harm.
All right. And then the second issue that I took up with him is specifically the agreed severe shortfall in 5-year housing land supply and housing delivery. Again, what's your view as to whether or not, in this case, the severity of that shortfall in the 5-year housing land supply and housing delivery is a very special circumstance?
Yes, it is a very special circumstance. These are people that need homes. The record of delivery is dismal. The ability to deliver in the future is clearly a dismal ability to do that. And the only way to address that situation is to release sites such as the appeal sites, and therefore it is a very special circumstance.
And what is then the relevance of the fact that if the council is to have any chance of meeting its needs, that development will have to occur on the green belt? What does that? What are the implications of that fact to whether or not there are very special circumstances in this particular case?
Well, there is no option. There are no alternative sites. There may be some other sites that deliver some of the need, but there are no other alternatives in terms of meeting the need. And so therefore it's a very special circumstance.
Thank you. And then the fourth matter that I put to him was the fact that the local plan is at least 5 years away. Given everything you've said about the acuteness of the housing need, etc., what's the relevance and whether or not it's a very special circumstance that any new local plan wouldn't be adopted till Q4 2027 at the earliest?
Well, clearly there is no ability for a planned approach to redress the situation. The council itself identified it as a critical step. As I say, it has thrown away that ability to release sites through a planned approach. And I would say, Ma'am, as well, that in any event, in terms of that planned approach, if waiting for that, actually the delivery on sites is even more than 5 years away. Because if we have to wait for either a local plan inspector's report or the adoption of that plan in order to take forward planning applications, outline then reserve matters, and to deliver the sites, actually housing delivery itself is far more, it is probably 8 years away at best. And that's only just beginning the process of delivering housing to meet the need.
Okay, good. And then the fifth matter was economic benefits, both from construction activity and indeed subsequent household spend. Well, what's your view as to that and whether or not it's, in this case, a either on its own or cumulatively very special circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the economic benefits, that would be one that goes into the pot of benefits that would collectively. I mean, I have given it a moderate benefit and a moderate weight, and I think it's fair. Mom, you did ask the question about the provisions in the 106 about employment skills. I mean, I have already identified economic benefits associated with construction jobs. One would assume that those construction jobs would go to some local people in any event. So I think it is fair that I have already assessed that as a moderate benefit with moderate weight. And
I don't know whether you have to hand Mrs. Mulliner the statement of common ground agreed between the council and the appellant at the Maitland Lodge inquiry that was just heard in the last couple of weeks or so?
Yes, I think in that case it's actually given, the economic benefits were given significant weight.
Well, it's also the agreement at paragraph 6.24.
So I'm just bringing that up.
I think it's ID 2.
ID 5.
ID 5, sorry.
6.24.
Yeah. Where it was agreed with the council that the ONS statistics identifies a total average weekly household expenditure of £587.90. In total, the direct expenditure 47, because of course that is what that scheme was 1.4 million per annum. We are about 4 times larger than that. So a straight mathematical calculation would suggest something closer to what, 6 million?
Yeah.
All right. Then the next matter I wanted to ask you about is, I mean, the healer providing part of the evidence base for the withdrawn emerging local plan, identified the site as being suitable, available, and deliverable, what's the relevance of that in terms of this appeal and whether or not there are very special circumstances?
I mean, well, again, I mean, the council to some degree relies on the healer in terms of its 5-year supply, certainly in terms of the healer sites that are referenced in the 5-year supply document. But it's very, very clear that actually the council's consideration of this site is that it is a deliverable site, that it has development potential, and that there are no reasons why it would not be suitable or achievable for housing. And so therefore that's a considerable weight given to that element of the evidence base.
All right, then the next matter was the over provision of public open space and the benefit that that would provide to the wider community.
Well, I think
Mr. Humphreys had some reservations, I think, as to whether or not people outside of the development would be able to use it, and or whether because of the topography it was going to be, high quality open space.
I think the important thing about that is actually, if you look at the public footpaths through the site and connecting into the site, actually what the provision of those additional paths through the site and the additional open space does is actually contribute quite significantly to the recreational benefits of the area. So residents are more able to access those wider connections into the wider countryside that at the moment they may have to walk down the road to get to, but actually this site does actually improve connectivity. It is an over provision. The residents adjacent to the site don't have that provision at the moment, and it would be a benefit to them.
Thank you. And then the relevance and whether or not it amounts to very special circumstances, either separately or collectively. The biodiversity net gain that's proposed as a consequence of developing this site.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, there is no policy with regards to adopted policy with regards to biodiversity net gain. And we are making a 19% net gain, which obviously exceeds national provisions as well, and far more than you would expect to provide just for mitigation alone. And I think the other thing is that the agricultural officer identified the benefits. And you can see that, Marm, at the officer report, paragraph 5.3.13.
Sorry, could you just repeat that again? The officer report. Sorry, it's keep dropping out. Just officer report. Sorry. Yeah.
Paragraph 5.3.13.
Yeah.
So again, contributing to that basket of benefits that cumulatively, or additional benefits beyond the housing, that would contribute towards very special circumstances.
And then I think the last matter in the list I put to Mr. Humphreys was the sustainability of the site, particularly relative to Billericay. Your view on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, it's common ground that the site is in a sustainable location. We get that through some of the transport discussions, at least, but it is in statements of common ground both on the planning and on the transport. So it is a sustainable location. And in terms of looking at releasing sites and looking at developing sites, clearly that is an important material consideration that contributes towards the very special circumstances.
And then there were two other matters. One you've already addressed, which arose out of Ms. Symes's evidence in terms of further benefits. One is, as you identified, the connectivity to the wider footpath network in the countryside. But Ms. Symes also referred to the opportunity to improve the settlement edge. Your view on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is quite an important consideration. Obviously, the Greenbelt does need a long-term defensible boundary. That's one of the requirements. At the moment, that settlement edge, you'll have seen from your site visit, ma'am, is not the most attractive countryside edge. It's not a great transition between urban and rural. And there are two things. One, it will improve just the visual appearance of the edge. It will create quite a strong landscape buffer, so transition between rural and town. And the other thing is, though, that the way in which obviously the 106 provisions work is that edge will be managed in perpetuity. And so not only will it, it will look better, but actually it will be managed well as in addition.
Good, thank you very much, Ms. Muller. Can I just jump back to affordable housing? I know you've expressed your views that the provision of affordable housing in itself is capable of, well, is in this case, very special circumstances. Of course, when you refer to the 72 units of affordable housing that we're proposing to provide, that is reflective of 36% when there's a policy requirement at max of 30%. Does the over provision, so the additional 6%, have any bearing on your views about the benefits of providing affordable housing?
Well, I think the benefit, even policy compliance provision of affordable housing would be a very substantial benefit. The fact that we're providing even more just re-emphasizes that position, that it is a very special circumstance.
And some people might say, Mrs. Mulliner, that if you're providing something which is required by policy, that isn't a benefit. Is that your view?
Not in this case, and not with the provision of affordable housing, because quite frankly, if the site wasn't developed, that affordable housing will not come forward.
And is there a contrast? Do you see a distinction between that sort of situation and a situation where, for example, in order to mitigate the impacts or the harm caused by development on a site, there is a requirement to provide, I don't know, X hectares of open space?
Yes, it's very different, because when thinking about mitigation, it is a neutralising effect. So basically you're mitigating harm. In terms of affordable housing, it's actually a benefit. It's something that is delivering affordable homes for local people. And there are many, many appeal decisions in circumstances where affordable housing isn't, or sufficient affordable housing isn't being delivered, where even with policy compliance schemes, that level of affordable housing provision is given substantial weight.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mulliner. Unless there was anything you wanted to add, that's your evidence in chief.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy to continue straight into cross-examination, or would you like a short break?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Atkinson on behalf of the council if he'd like to start his cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mulliner.
Morning.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'd like to start with the tilted balance. And let's see, but I don't think we actually disagree. So we're in paragraph 11D in this case, aren't we?
Yes.
And we're agreed that the planning policies are out of date. Most important for determining application are out of date. And that's because we can see from footnote 8, because there's no 5-year land supply and because of the housing delivery test.
Yes, correct.
Now, what we need to do then is, according to paragraph 11D, grant permission unless, one, the application of policies in the framework which protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a clear reason for refusing. And we're agreed that by footnote 7, greenbelt policies are referred to as in paragraph D1, footnote 7.
They are referred to in footnote 7, yes.
Okay, so you've made it clear it's in your rebuttal amongst other places. If we could just turn that up. It's 1.3 of your rebuttal. Yeah, you have that. We can see the fourth line down. You say, however, because the site lies within the green belt and is an area or asset of particular importance, the appropriate paragraph to apply is paragraph 11D1.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we're in agreement. Now, it's right, isn't it, that in applying green belt policies, and in this case, that means paragraph 148 of the framework. Yeah.
Yeah.
In doing that, we will, and you've just been through them all with your counsel, you will consider the decision maker will consider all relevant planning considerations in making that assessment. Yes.
Yes.
And the outcome for the inspector in this case will be a determination of whether or not planning permission should be granted.
Yes.
It'll lead to the decision.
Yes.
All right. So what we do then, the answer lies within 11D1. What we don't do, however, is go through 11D1 and then also address 11D2.
No, I mean, it's unnecessary to do so in this case, because with regard to, as you just highlighted in para 148, the green belt balance actually takes into account green belt harm and any other harm. So
Yeah,
it does
deals with everything.
The whole package. Slightly different, for example, if you were looking at heritage, where you are just looking at heritage harm and public benefits, and then you come back to the balance. But it basically goes that if you pass the green belt test, inevitably you pass the tilted balance test.
Well, I think this is maybe where the confusion lies, because the tilted balance, so-called, is paragraph 11D2, isn't it?
Yes.
Not the whole of paragraph 11D.
No, but you would only refuse under D1 if there was a clear reason to refuse, and we're saying there isn't a clear reason to refuse.
Yeah, but in that case, if there isn't a clear reason for refusal, that's the end of the process. What you don't do, having been through D1 in the greenbelt case, is then go on to consider D2, the tilted balance.
No, you don't need to in this case, but it's not disengaged in that sense. But you don't need to because the balance has already been undertaken.
Right. So in this case, we're not applying the tilted balance. You accept that?
Well, what we're looking at is D1, whether there is a clear reason to refuse, and we say there isn't because very special circumstances exist.
Yeah, so we're not applying the tilted balance.
Well, you inevitably pass the tilted balance then because you do both.
Except the tilted balance is specifically 11D2, isn't it? Not 11D1.
It really matters, to be honest, because the point is that we say that very special circumstances do exist.
No, I understand that. Yeah.
There isn't a clear reason to refuse this.
Yeah. No, I think we are agreeing, but that is just. Sorry, you dropped out there. I think.
Sorry, there's a delay, and
yeah, I think we are agreeing, but I think the correct position is that the tilted balance doesn't apply because we deal, because it's a greenbelt case, with all issues under 11D1. You accept that?
I think inevitably one leads to the other. So,
all right. Okay. Compliance or otherwise with the framework of policy BE12. You touched upon this in your evidence. If you could turn, please, to Mr. Humphrey's Appendix 1, which is the exercise he refers to assessing the SEGD policies against the framework. Yeah. 38 is where BE12 is dealt with.
so which page?
38.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we can see in the third column there's a summary of the effect of the policy relates to good design for residential developments and the council development control guidelines which provide local standards. The fourth column summarises what the framework has to say about design, concluding that the policy is therefore compliant and weight can be given to this policy. I mean that's correct, isn't it? I was curious to understand what your point was about why you say the policy isn't compliant with the framework.
Well, I wasn't saying it was wholly inconsistent with the framework, but it's not entirely compliant with the framework.
Right.
And the reason for that is that it talks about planning permission for new residential development and for the alteration and extension of existing developments will be refused if it causes material harm in any of the following ways.
Yeah.
And the first one is harm to the character of the surrounding area, including the street scene.
Yeah.
We'll see that in terms of the NPPF and paragraphs 1.24 and 1.25, they do look to obviously need to respect character and amenity. There are other issues to take into account in terms of the best use of land, efficient use of land, achieving other factors of sustainable development. And so it's a balancing exercise. And so it doesn't really reflect fully the kind of cost benefit analysis that the NPPF looks to do in terms of just balancing that respect for character, but not maintenance of character. I mean, I know this does say causes material harm, but I think the council's place seems to be that this is changing the character of the area and therefore it's harmful, which we clearly disagree with that.
So if, in terms of this exercise at Appendix 1, if you turn back to page 5 within that document at Mr. Humphrey's Appendix 1,
Yeah.
yeah, we went to this with Mr. Humphreys in re-examination. The policy review has 3 categories. You'd accept then that BES 12 is generally compliant less weighting can be applied. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right, good. Moving on then to the weight which is given by you to the benefits of the scheme. Dealing first with affordable housing, you said in your evidence in chief a moment ago that you give substantial weight to this. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, substantial, very substantial weight. To me, once something is substantial, it's kind of up there in that very highest category. So I know I have used very substantial and substantial. It's at the top end of the benefit.
I see. So because I noticed that you didn't say very substantial in chief, but you say that in your proof, don't you?
Yes.
That really is the point I wanted to make. So I think from what you've just said, there isn't really a difference between substantial and very substantial. It just means the top, in your view.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And just dealing with the question of over provision, which again you asked about a moment ago, the top of the policy range is 30%. That's correct, isn't it?
So yes, it's 30% the top end.
And you've offered 36. So on an application of 200 houses, that's an additional 12 affordable units, isn't it?
Above the very top end of the policy, the policy actually ranges between 15% and 30%, and it's subject to negotiation.
I understand, yeah.
So actually, there's no requirement. You know, it could be as little as 15 in order to be policy required.
Yeah, but as an over provision than policy, it's that 6%, isn't it, above the top end of the policy?
Yeah.
All right. So, dealing and moving to market housing, again, the same point presumably applies. You regard very substantial as meaning the same thing as substantial, really?
Yeah.
All right. Then the new public open space, which you give a moderate weight to, and Mr. Humphreys, it may well be the same thing. He gives it limited weight. Do you regard those as essentially the same kind of weight?
No. Limited weight is clearly limited. Moderate, I would say, is a
it's moderate
level of benefits than limited.
All right. Well, you understand the point, don't you, that Mr. Humphreys makes? I mean, about the topography. It's right to say that in this case, the quite steep valley in the middle of the site is less suitable for housing. You could certainly agree that much.
Yes, the centre of the site is less suitable for housing, yes.
I mean, is it in fact unsuitable for housing because it is, well, you'll have seen it is actually rather a steep incline?
Well, I mean, whether it's suitable or not for housing and what's led to the master planning of the scheme, I think doesn't take away from the benefit it has in terms of recreational provision.
Yeah, but the quantum of open space, again, you refer to an over provision. That's partly derived, isn't it, from the unsuitability of that part of the site for housing?
It may be, but I don't see why that would take away from the benefit.
Right. Could we go so far as to say that it wouldn't be possible to deliver more than 200 on this site because of that topographical feature in the middle of it?
Well, I mean, there's many houses that are built on the side of hills. I'm sure it's possible. It's just what's suitable for this site and in this context. I mean, I'm sure it's possible. It's not something that we've proposed.
And it's right also, isn't it, that the public open space doubles up as a studs area? That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and that is encouraged by government guidance to dual use open space in this way. Almost all of the sites that I work on, greenfield sites, are suds doubles as open space.
Yeah.
Almost every single scheme I work on.
I mean, it'd be difficult not to, really, given that it's at the bottom of a steep hill. I think it would act as a suds area regardless.
Well, I'm not a flood engineer.
All right. Okay, so in the next benefit, I think there is agreement between you and Mr. Humphreys as to the economic benefits. You both say moderate. You say that in your evidence, and that's still what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the new cycle and pedestrian routes, again, there's a little bit between you. Mr. Humphreys says limited because of the lack of connectivity. Is that different from your moderate, would you say?
Yes, I give it more weight. So moderate weighting is definitely greater than limited, and I disagree with the connectivity. I think, you know, the paths through the site, as I've explained earlier, and as Liz Symes explained, open up the wider countryside and access to the wider countryside in a way that is not open at the moment.
Very well, and then finally, I think we can agree then on the ecological benefit. Again, you say you give this moderate weight, and that's the same that Mr. Humphreys gave in his evidence. So you're in agreement there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mulliner. That's all I have for you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to, thank you for that. I'm just going to check on the participants to see if any interested parties have joined us, which they haven't. So from that, it would seem that there aren't any questions for you from interested parties. That's what I take from that, unless anybody, the council, has anybody contacted to say that they were intending to join this session?
No, we've not heard anything, madam.
Okay, well, what we'll do is I'll ask, I've got a number of questions which I'll ask, and then obviously that gives anybody who is on the wrong stream, anybody who wishes to question Ms. Mulliner, who opposes the scheme, that gives them an opportunity to hop onto this stream. If you just bear with me, I think what we'll do is we'll just have a quick adjournment, because I've certainly I just want to go through my questions again, because I think that some of them have been answered. So thank you for everybody for that. I think that's something I said in my opening. You're obviously doing your job, because you're whittling down the questions that I've had. So thank you for that. And I also want to go and get a glass of water because I've realised I've left it on the kitchen bench. So I think what we'll do is we'll just adjourn until 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, I can't. Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, madam, you're on mute.
Apologies for that. I had a wild mouse who didn't want to play balls, so apologies for that. It was stuck on the wrong screen. Thank you for that reminder. I've just checked the participants. We don't appear to have anybody else who's joined us to ask any questions of the witness. So I'll just proceed straight to my questions. So the first couple really are just around, they're just typographical type of queries, so they're nothing sort of groundbreaking, just so that I've got everything that I need. If you turn to paragraphs 4.47 and 6.1 of your proof, your main proof, full proof, there are a couple of CD references that I think are omitted, which happens from time to time. I'm just wanting to get confirmation from you what they are, rather than me guessing.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am. The 4.47, that's the 2nd of March, the kind of intervention letter, I think might be CD 5.17, but let me just open that up and check. Yes, 2nd of March. So
Okay.
that's CD 5.17.
Lovely, thank you.
And sorry, Mum, what was the other?
The other one was 6.1. Which I believe is the
Yeah, the Housing Delivery Action Plan is CD 6.3.
Okay, thank you. As I say, I didn't want to be presumptuous over that. So, the second is a small one, 7.7 of your main proof, and I suspect there's if you look, the first bullet, impact on neighbour amenity, and then there's a sub bullet below that. Just that first sentence, whilst loss of a view is not a material planning, I think there's a
consideration.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to check because I didn't want to be putting words into your mouth there, but thank you for that. Now, just turning to paragraph 2.9 of your main, actually all my questions relate to your, I think almost nearly all of them relate to your main proof of evidence. So just paragraph 2.9, and it's point 2.
Yeah.
And that's in relation to the status of the local plan, and and you mentioned that it sets the greenbelt boundaries to meet development needs to the end of the plan period and beyond to 2011. So obviously that's, but I'm just wanting you just so I'm absolutely crystal clear in my mind as to what's being said and argued. Can you just confirm whether or not you believe that the greenbelt boundaries which have been set endure until such a time that they're altered through the local plan process, whether that be a review of a plan or a brand new plan?
Yes, I mean, the local plan is the only mechanism to review the boundaries themselves.
Thank you.
Accept that point. My point is more just that those boundaries obviously were set against development needs and now do need review because they are out of date in that sense.
Thank you. That's fine. I've picked you up. I just wanted to check my understanding and I had picked your argument up correctly. Also in the context of paragraph 2.9, at point 3, So this is around the saved policies. And again, it's just so I'm absolutely crystal clear. Are you in what you're saying there in point 3? Are you suggesting that the saved policies are not part of the development plan for the area?
No, I'm not. They are the only development plan. The issue is really that because they were 2004, it was really back with a reference to those letters about then the weight that you give to the emerging evidence base. And obviously I say that's considerable weight.
Yes, okay, understand that. As I say again, it was a point of clarification there. So thank you very much. So if you just, it's in the context, it is generally, it's section 7 and 9 of your proof of evidence, your main proof of evidence. And this is just something that you might be able to explain without actually looking at it. But it's that old chestnut that we've just been discussing about terminology in terms of weighting. So this is like this is just a general what your definitions are for different types of weight. So I think what I've picked up from today is that whilst you've used the term substantial weight as very substantial weight, the amount you've accepted that the amount to the same thing, the high end of the scale or the heavy end of the scale, whichever it is. But from what I understand, from what I've heard today, there's no real you're not really distinguishing between whether it's very or substantial. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. So from my mind, Marmon, on that spectrum, limited is at the very lowest end, moderate is kind of that middle, and by the time you get to substantial, very substantial, it's all at that very top end. I mean, I think if I could just take this opportunity to explain, the reason that I also talked about the level of benefit or harm and then the weight to be given with that was I thought it was actually quite important to distinguish that because it's greenbelt and because the greenbelt harm we have to give substantial weight to that harm. I thought it was important to then understand that level of harm itself, because obviously if you give substantial weight to something that isn't very harmful, that's significantly less than giving substantial weight to something that is harmful. So that's why I felt it was important to go on and make that differentiation as well.
Okay, that's understood. Can I just ask, there is a considerable weight that crops up within your evidence as well, and I'm just interested to know what the difference is, if any, between considerable and also significant weight is another one. So they're all up there, I think. Yeah. But what I'm trying to unpack and understand is whether or not, in your mind, there's a difference, in terms of your evidence, whether there's a difference between them. So I think we've got limited. I understand that. I understand moderate, and I understand what you're saying about substantial and very substantial. It's the
considerable and the significant. The reason I used considerable was because it was the terminology in the saving direction letter. So I didn't want to use a different terminology, but for my mind, considerable is the same as substantial. It's at that top end.
So so you would say that is considerable is
substantial. Yeah.
Equals,
I think it's a change in terminology from back in what we used to say in 2007 to the way in which we say things now, I guess. In terms of significant, for me, a significant is something that obviously has an impact, makes a difference. For me, I would say significant weight is at the top end, but I don't think it is as, I think substantial is at that very, very highest end. Significant is kind of something, well, it's beyond moderate. It has a real, an influence.
Okay, that's clear. That's I'm clear with that, so I know how to read your and understand your balance there. So thank you very much. So just, it was something that I think you've answered this question in answering the previous question, but I just want to make sure, absolutely sure. So from reading your assessment of the house and land supply position as a planning consideration, in that 7.11, I can see it. You've stated very substantial benefit, and you've given it very substantial weight. So I understand that.
Yeah.
Paragraph 9.7, you then state that it has considerable weight, and from what you've just told me, that's
Substantial. Yeah.
Substantial, yes. So I was just wondering whether there was an inconsistency, but you've managed to, you've answered that question for me, so that's fine. So just in terms of the agreed stance set out in 1.28 of the House and Land Supply Addendum, so that's the document that's been agreed between the I think you've answered this question as well, but I'm gonna ask it. So I've got it from, I've definitely got the position from you. So does the agreed stance that's set out in 1.28 of that addendum, so that's that the provision of homes in this instance is a substantial benefit, which can be given substantial weight. From what you've explained to us, that isn't altering the findings that are set out in your paragraph 7.1 and 0.97. It's a different use of words that mean the same thing. Is that?
That's correct. It's at the very top end of the benefits. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So just paragraph 2.9 of your main proof of evidence, point 6, which is about the 5-year house and land supply. No, sorry, point 7, I should say. Yes, sorry, point 7, which is a serious failure, as you put it, by the council to deliver on its own housing delivery test action plan. And my question would be, obviously, I think your evidence and what I've heard today, I've got an appreciation as to, or understanding as to why you've arrived at that conclusion. But my question would be, has sufficient time elapsed for you to, since that action plan was published, is there sufficient time elapsed for you to class that as a serious failure?
Yes, I think it has, Ma'am, because it was the action plan was written at a time when the council were fully expecting to take forward their local plan and to get that plan adopted imminently this year. And so the fact that they have withdrawn that plan and gone back to the very start of the process, so they've set that whole process back at least another 5 years. That single action was sufficient to come to that conclusion. I don't think you need any more time. There was a single action, and that action basically pulled the rug away from the action plan and the critical step of adopting that plan.
Okay, thank you. So the next question again, it's just so that I've got it crystal clear in my mind how you've something, how you've approached something. So this is in connection with the character and the impact upon character and appearance and how that sits within the your overall assessment. So in reference to paragraph 7.4 and 9.4 of your main proof of evidence, just let you get those. What if you tell me when you've got them, and then I can. I'm just wondering if you can. Have you undertaken an approach to avoid double counting of the impact?
Yes, exactly that. Yeah.
Okay. And in your opinion, has the council taken the same approach?
No, I think they've actually counted it doubly as harm, because what they've done is an assessment of openness and greenbelt harm, and then they've also gone on to say, oh, and by the way, there's harm to the countryside. But actually, that harm is already assessed under the greenbelt harm.
Okay. So in paragraph 7.6 of your main proof,
yeah,
this is where you're talking about the recreational value. It's right at the bottom of that page, page 39. So you refer to the mitigated level of harm as being negligible.
Yeah.
So can you clarify where in your evidence you've attached weight to this, or whether you've attached weight to this, and what level of weight have you attached to it?
Well, because it's negligible, and actually, Mum, the position has moved on since then, because we then looked at the statement of common ground, and in the statement of common ground on planning, you'll see, let me just get the reference for you. So this was just in relation to the footpath we were talking at the time. And you can see their recreational value, the reference is 8.24.
I'll just turn to that. Yep.
And the last sentence, it is agreed that there is no material harm to recreational value for local residents. So given that I felt that there was negligible anyway, and that we've agreed with the council there's no material harm, I've taken that as a neutral position.
Okay. Thank you. Under paragraph 7.7 of your main proof, in the first bullet of that, no, it's not the first bullet of that. Do I find it? Oh yes, it's 7.7, but 7.7 is quite a large section, and it's under impact on drainage and localized flooding.
Yes.
The first bullet under that.
Yeah, got that one.
Yeah, right, okay. So you refer to betterment downstream. And my question is, are you presenting this as a benefit? I can't appear to find it in your balancing exercise from what I've read. So I just wonder whether you can just clarify that for us.
I haven't presented it as a benefit in my evidence, actually. Yeah, an oversight.
Okay, thank you. So in paragraph 5.20 of your main proof, like Miss Symes, you've recognised that there'll be potential for improvements to the settlement edge in the creation of a defensible settlement edge. I think that's what you've both agreed is the position. So in paragraph 9. And you also make reference to it in paragraph 9.2, which is where all of your considerations conclusions come together. So from my reading of paragraph 9.2, you've taken this as mitigation to reduce the level of harm on openness.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And is it a benefit in its own right?
I think it's fair to say that whilst it is mitigation to reduce the level of harm of the development itself, when you compare it to the existing situation, it is a betterment on the existing situation. So it is one of those kind of ones that that you have to think, okay, well, it is mitigation, but one, it will be managed, and two, it is actually improving. So it's not just about providing a strong mitigating boundary to the new development, but it does actually create a better edge than the edge at the moment. So if that edge at the moment was really fantastic, but you could provide an equally fantastic edge, you'd say, well, that was just, that's just mitigation neutral. But we are actually providing as I say, a betterment in this case.
So have you factored that into your evidence, into that overall, when you've been weighing everything up?
Oh no, and it was one of the ones that in evidence in chief, Ma'am, that I did actually add this morning, because you'll see at my 7.11, actually that is missed off my list. So it is an additional point on that list.
Okay, thank
you. I do apologise. It's just one of those where you know what it's like when you're drafting things.
And I have a note of that somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was definitely referenced in my proof. It was just omitted from the list.
Okay. So this is just so I'm crystal clear. I think some of this has been covered through the course of the day, but I'm still going to ask the question. So I've got it all written down in the same place rather than it being sort of split. So this is just in the context of section 8 of your proof, and under certain components of the or certain considerations, I should say, you've attributed weight, but there are some where you haven't, but you may well have attributed weight earlier on in the document. But and obviously I know through your evidence in chief you've also clarified some points, but I just want to make sure that I've got a full and complete list.
Yeah.
So in terms of the if I can just go through them again, in terms of the status, the weight that you give to the status of the current development plan, can you just confirm the weight?
Well, the current I'd give limited weight to the current development plan.
And the failure to progress the local plan?
I think that is a significant failure of the council, particularly given the circumstances that it's in. Its history and another 5 years before even adopting a plan. I mean, that is a significant failure.
So what would that be in weight terms?
That would be given substantial weight.
And in terms of I know they're all sort of tied, the housing delivery test. The action plan.
I mean, again, it has to be. I mean, it's an automatic presumption, so that has to be given substantial weight.
And the housing land supply position?
It's so dire and so acute, it's not a marginal situation at all. So again, substantial weight to that.
And the constraints to the future housing land supply that you've argued?
I think, to be fair, that is one of those ones, that is just a reflection of the area, and there is nothing that the council can do about that really without a plan-led system and the duty to cooperate. So I think that is something that I think it's just more of a picture.
Rather than something that you would be given weight to, yeah. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Talked about obviously the evidence base, the allocation, which I would give substantial weight to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of them are. Yeah, they were just the ones that I've got a bit of a table going with everybody's on, and I had some gaps. So
very organised.
Right, now I've got this last question I'm going to pose to you. It may well be, I'm hoping that you're in a position to be able to answer it, but it's something that it links through as well to the round table, the sort of generic round table session about ecology, but it's just something that's in your evidence itself. So I'm going to ask you it, but I'll be posing it again. I'm revealing my hand and my card because I need I want an answer to it. So this is just a one. This will be a one that we'll revisit in some way, shape, or form when we come to the that round table discussion. But I don't think there's any problem with me asking that now because it links through to your specific evidence. So yeah. So paragraph 7.8 of your main proof.
Yep.
Find it. So that's on page 42.
Yep.
So this is where you bring in the advice that's come from the technical note that's appended to your evidence that's been prepared by your colleague. Yeah. Okay. So in that, in 7.8. you refer to the term predominantly. So it's this will predominantly mitigate for increases to recreational pressure on the local SSSI habitats for daily recreational requirements, because we know that there are 2 SSSIs in the area, and this is something that I raised at the case management conference, and it's one of the reasons why that technical note is being provided. But obviously that's referring to predominantly. Does that mean that there'll still be harm from recreational pressures on the SSSIs? And if so, what level of harm? Because there's nothing in the evidence that I've read that I'm able to to deduce what that is, unless you can point me to somewhere where the answer lies. I'm not sure whether I've lost
We seem to have lost Miss
the witness.
Mariner for a moment. I'm just going to send someone next door, madam, to see what the problem is. Her connection's dropped out for a moment. We're just getting some IT support on that, madam.
It was sorted. They showed everything.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Okay, thank you. Completely dropped off the internet.
It happened. It happens. We've been actually quite. It's been quite good. This this inquiry has been. We haven't lost connectivity that many times. So it's going to happen. So do you want me to repeat the question, because I don't know at what point you dropped out. So
I got to the point where, Mum, you were saying about, I say predominantly.
Yeah. Okay then. So just turning to paragraph 7.8 of your main proof. You refer to the term predominantly, and that's in this will predominantly mitigate for increases to recreational pressure on the local SSSI. So that's the shared public open space will predominantly mitigate for increases. Now, what I'm trying to establish is the term predominantly. Am I to take that there will still be some residual harm? Because that does say, it doesn't say this will mitigate, which would be definite, a definitive. It's this will predominantly. So I'm trying to establish if that term predominantly does mean that there will still be harm, and if so, what the level of harm is. And I'm asking you this because obviously it's within your, it's explicit in your evidence.
I understand that, Mum, and it was a position that I think I'd taken from the ecology note, and I'm just going to refer back to what the actual note says, because obviously they are the ones that will. Yeah,
I think from my reading of the note, you've taken it's a direct quote from that evidence, is what I can see. I can see where it's come from. But I'm just obviously asking you.
I mean, I think from my mind, and from what I've been told by the ecologists, there is no residual impact on the SSSI in that sense. So they certainly haven't flagged that there is any element of, as I say, residual impact or harm.
Yeah, so I'll pick that up. I will pick that up later on, and I'll put that just as a mark. It'll be helpful to discussion if I've disclosed that question now.
Sorry, just to interrupt. Are we talking about CD 715? Is that the ecology note we're talking about?
It's the one which is appended to
Yeah.
Ms.
Appendix C.
Mullina's proof.
Appendix C to Mrs. Molyneux's main proof of evidence.
Yeah, and it's CD 715, is
I
that?
think it's given, yes, it's also given that CD number.
Yeah, I got it, thanks.
So this is, I mean, I appreciate there's no dispute between the parties on this. So it's something that I think we can just probe a little bit further later on through the roundtable discussion. I'm happy to do that. Because obviously that will have a bearing upon potentially on the realms of appropriate assessment, which I'll leave that to later on today, but that's just giving you all a marker.
So,
That,
Madam, sorry to interrupt, of course, maybe just loosens language. There is no requirement for an appropriate assessment because although they are triple SIs, they are not European sites and therefore the habitat regs do not apply.
right, okay, they're not, so that they're definitely not.
They're not European sites, they're not an SAC or an SPA. If they were, then the habitat regs requirements would apply for appropriate assessment. They are not that, they are simply, they are triple SIs and the habitat regs do not apply.
Right. Is there anywhere in the evidence that will just, that confirms that?
I'll have to check, madam, but it's certainly something that Ms. Tamlin can address when she, you know.
Right, okay, that's fine, thank you. Right, okay, and you'll be pleased to know that concludes my questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll move on. If Mr. Litton is happy now to move on to re-examination, or do you need a quick break, or are you happy to proceed?
No, I'm happy to move on if that's convenient. I don't have very many questions, and they largely arise from yours, madam. In no particular order, Mrs. Molyneux, betterment to the streams, brooks, downstream in terms of flooding. You don't identify it in your list of benefits. Is it a benefit?
Yes, it would be, because the requirement is only to not make a situation worse. So the fact that actually there is a betterment would be within the list of benefits.
What weight would you give that?
I would give that moderate weight.
Thank you. Then the HDAP, you asked, has there been sufficient time since the HDAP to see whether or not it's having effect? You've answered that question. The HDAP, which we are, I think, talking about, is CD 6.3. It's still a draft, I think. I don't know whether it's ever been approved, has it? July 2021?
No, that's just the one that's posted on the council's website.
And I mean, in that document, I don't know whether you have it to hand.
Yeah.
At page 3.
Can I just get that? Sorry.
Yes, of course, madam.
Yeah, I have that now. Thank you.
There are two tables in that document on page 3, table 1 and table 2. Table 1 sets out the housing requirement for each of the years from 2014 through to 2020. And then table 2 identifies what the net number of houses that have been completed over those that same time period. You in a sense probably have to write in on a sort of the last column what the requirement is, but if you do that, then since 2016, 2017, the council has failed to deliver against its requirement.
Yes.
Do you know whether this is the first delivery action plan that the council has had to produce, or has there been an earlier one?
Well, this is July 2021. The housing delivery test has been in place since 2018, and they have been a consistent sort of failure under that. So I imagine there have been previous action plans.
All right, thank you. And then there were some further questions in relation to the emerging local plan, in part in connection with that. I mean, on the assumption, as I say, it doesn't seem to be disputed that it would be 2027 before any new plan would be adopted at the earliest. That's another 5 years from now. What would that indicate to you about the out of dateness or otherwise of the 1998 plan? How many years by that stage would it be out of date?
Well, by that stage, it's going to be 30 years out of date. 30 years. You know, and we're supposed to be living in a plan-led system. There is no plan-led system in Basildon.
Thank you. And then the question arising from Mr. Atkinson's questions, he identified that at 36% affordable housing, that is an additional 12 units above the very top of the policy range at 30%.
Yeah.
And you gave some evidence in your evidence in chief as to the actual delivery in Basildon, which I think when you said when you remove the right to buy amounts to 9 affordable units per annum. So even if one was, contrary to your evidence, restricted to looking at the additional benefit, i.e. the 12 units above the top of the range, what weight would you give to the benefit of providing 12 units above the top of the range when there is a delivery within the borough of 9 per year? She's frozen. Madam, I'm sorry, it looks like she's frozen and dropped off. Let's do this a minute. Sorry, madam, just to update you, I'm afraid IT support is just being requested again. All right, I think you're back, aren't you, Mrs.
I'm
Mulliner?
back.
Yeah, sorry, so you probably didn't hear the question. What I was asking you is, in a situation as we have where the council is only delivering 9 affordable units per annum, what weight would you give to the addition of 12 additional over provision above the top of the range as this scheme delivers?
Well, that's 3 years worth of what they've been doing for the last 5 years, so it's substantial weight.
3 years?
Well, if you look at, sorry, they'd be doing 9 units a year. So no, sorry, it's over a year's worth.
Yeah.
I do apologise.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Marner. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, everybody, for your contributions this morning. We're now at 11:45, so we are a little bit ahead of time. I'm conscious that earlier on, Mr. Atkinson had suggested that he wouldn't need as much time, and therefore we might well end up in this position, which we have done, and we've got the housing round table and that reserve session, which the reserve session will be relatively short. I just want to check with the council if they can confirm. Anybody watching on the live stream, any of the interested parties watching on the live stream, is it possible to watch if we started earlier and those people weren't aware and hadn't joined? Have they got an opportunity to be able to watch it later today?
Yeah, yes. Madam, yes, I think the answer is yes, because it's on YouTube, so it can be watched after the event as well as live.
Okay. Do you know what the delay is for watching it on YouTube? Does it have to be uploaded, or is it, if we were to go onto YouTube now, would we be able to watch the last few minutes?
So it live streams, but if you want to rewatch, you have to watch it tomorrow.
I understand it is live streamed, but then if you want to watch, as it were, after the event,
yes,
you have to. That's not instant.
Right. Okay.
So you
so
need
does
to.
Does that involve the council having to do something?
That's correct. We having streamed it live, we then have to upload a recording of it for it to be accessed after the event. I think that's the position.
Right. Okay. Because what I'm proposing that we do, I think if we'll break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 1:30. We'll come back at 1:30. So it's going to be a slightly longer lunch than normal. But I'm anticipating that we'll finish well in advance of 5:15. I think that's and then at least if anybody who's intending to come to the afternoon sessions, they're not going to be prejudiced anyway, or have to wait. So I think that's what we'll do. So unless anyone has any major objections about that.
I mean, I don't have an objection, Madam, but I wonder whether it might be more efficient if we dealt with the housing matters roundtable discussion, which is essentially the discussion between you and the council and the appellant. I mean, I appreciate your concern about members of the public, but I mean, if we were in person, we wouldn't be putting everything off because someone wasn't there. You made it very clear at the outset that this programme may slow down, may accelerate. And I don't think just because we're in a virtual world, that makes any difference. I would have thought we'd be better off doing the housing matters roundtable discussion. That will take us to sometime after 12 o'clock, I suspect, then breaking And then anyone who wishes to come back, particularly if they're concerned about ecology, for example, which there is going to be some discussion about, that they'll have that opportunity to come in the afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Atkinson, how do you feel about that?
I'm very happy with that, Adam. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, right, we'll do that.
Thank you, Madam.
Does anybody need a break beforehand, or are you happy just to continue on?
We do need a short break. We need to assemble the right people at this end.
Okay, and how long would you like, do you think?
15 minutes?
Okay, so we'll come back and we'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 12:05.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's now 5 minutes past 12, so I propose that this inquiry resumes into the housing virtual roundtable discussion. I'm just looking at the participants. We have the council.
Yes,
Mr.
Madam,
Lee.
if you'll have noted that Mr. Davey, who is due to give evidence, isn't actually here, I'm afraid. This is the danger of bringing it forward, I'm afraid. So what I propose is that Mrs. Lyons, who's head of planning, will represent the council at the round table together with Principal Planning Officer Lisa Richardson, unless, Madam, you would like to hear from Mr. Davey, whose evidence you have seen in advance. And if that's the case, we're confident we could contact him to tell him to get here sooner after a lunch adjournment. I realise this isn't ideal, and we may end up wasting some time. But if I'm in your hands, man, if you would like to hear from Mr. Davey, then we could get him here, I think, by 1 o'clock. But if not, we could proceed now with Mrs. Lyons and Mrs. Richardson. So I apologise for having suggested we come deal with this earlier and then not being able to produce. Mr. Davey.
Okay. I've got my views on it, but I'll just listen to Mr. Litton first of all before
To be honest, Madam, I'm completely relaxed. I mean, I think there is so little controversy, quite frankly, in relation to the 5-year housing land supply, etc., that whether it's Mrs. Lyons who speaks to the proof of evidence of Mr. Davey or not doesn't really, I wouldn't have thought, make much difference.
Okay. I think given the, as you say, given the dispute has been narrowed somewhat, providing that we can get that it can be adequately covered, I'm happy to just proceed. Given that was what that's what we'd agreed earlier on today. So on that basis, can I just take the name? So it's Miss Lyons.
That's right.
And sorry.
Mrs. Richardson. Ms. Richardson, I'm sorry, who's Principal Planning Officer.
And they're both happy to
yes
to represent. Yeah. Okay then. So
and for the appellants, Madam, it's Mrs. Mulliner, who you can see is now sat next to me to try and avoid the sort of IT issues.
Yeah.
And she is happy to speak to obviously both the 5-year housing land supply, but also will cover any affordable housing issues that is part of that technical note attached to her proof of evidence.
Thank you. Okay, so I mean, Miss Lyons she was present at the previous roundtable discussion that we had about conditions, so she's aware. I'm confident that she's aware of how we've been working it. Miss Richards, all I would say is that we just need to be careful that we're not speaking over each other. So what we'll try to do is we're going through the agenda. I'll give each of the main partners an opportunity to speak in turn. I'll make it clear who it is that I'm inviting first of all, and then hopefully we'll not get any we'll not have any sort of or anybody talking over one another. There'll be plenty of opportunities for everybody to have their say. So but when you're speaking, it would be useful to have the cameras. We can probably, because the number of people, we can probably just have all the cameras switched on. To be quite honest, it's probably be less off-putting and more of a discussion. So if we can do that, please. So we're going to be focusing on housing matters, and we've got a short agenda, which I think was prepared. It was prepared round about the time the addendum came in. I suppose first of all, I just better check. Does that agenda need to change? Does it need to be slimmed down any, or do we need to add anything into it, or are people quite content just to use that as like the structure?
I mean, I think we're quite happy to use the structure. The only question I would have, Madam, is, I mean, do you really need to go into 4 and 5, given that we know what the range is, and we know what the inspector, the Eastgate decision, Eastgate Town Centre's decision. So do we really need to go into, you know, Trafford House and Southern Hay, etc.? But in your hands.
Yeah, maybe he's got like 2 or 3 questions I might have on that. So if we might just need to, it might just be that I just ask the questions rather than us taking any sort of massive amount of time on it. So I'll just, before we start, if I just ask this affordable housing question that I've got, it's just a point of clarification really. I'll ask that just so that I make sure that I've asked it and don't go away without asking it. So I've just really, this is for either the, I'll ask the council first, and then obviously I'll just check that that's the understanding of the whatever the council's response is the understanding of the appellant. So this is a question to the council. So is the net affordable housing requirement of 1,955, which is established by the, I believe is established by the 2017 SHMA, is that based upon overall housing needs of the borough, or is it a figure that's been moderated in some way, like reduced down for decision-making purposes? So is it I just want to be absolutely certain what that figure is, whether it's the absolute or whether it's a figure that's been moderated down. The reason for asking this is that obviously you're in the position that you've got the local plan is definitely predates that 2017 SHMA.
That is an absolute figure. It hasn't been moderated down, ma'am.
So it's an absolute figure. Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Mulliner, have you got any? Is that your understanding of it?
It is my understanding. Yes, it's a SHMA figure, so it's unmoderated. Yeah, it's the absolute need.
The reason that I ask, it's just that sometimes when you've got your SHMA evidence and then it gets moderated through a local plan inquiry and becomes a much lesser figure. So it was just based upon delivery. So I just wanted to be absolutely certain on that point. So that was the question on affordable housing. So so I don't know whether does someone one of the parties wish to just sort of give an introduction to the addendum document.
I think it was probably initially prepared by Mrs. Mulliner, so unless the council has an objection to it, I think probably. It wasn't actually, so it was prepared by sorry, my apologies. It was. I'm agnostic. I mean, whoever wants to do it.
We'll have the appellant to go first. That's fine.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. I mean, I think the reason for the addendum, part of the reason for the addendum, Mum, obviously you wanted some narrowing of the issues between us in any event. But what we tried to do was to clarify the situation with regards to the Eastgate appeal. And the reason for that was because a lot of the evidence that was before that inquiry had then filtered through, if you like, to what the various parties were saying with this inquiry, but obviously we were very mindful that you didn't have access to that information and that background. So it was quite important to just set out that chronology, where it got from, and then to understand where the parties were either positioned or discounting from. So that was the main purpose of the addendum, and helpfully, I think it probably does, or hopefully, set that position out, which takes the position slightly further then from the draft land supply report base dated of 1st of April 2022. So in terms of the base date, the requirements, the buffer, everything else, all of that is agreed between ourselves and the council, and that was set out in the main statement of common ground.
Yeah.
So there is an overall requirement of 6,246 dwellings, which is 1,249 dwellings per annum. That includes the buffer. That is the 5-year requirement for the period 1st of April 2022 to the 31st of March 2027. The deliverable supply really is the matter in issue between us, although having said that, it is even in that respect very narrow. As a number of concessions that the council made during the Eastgate appeal, and also looking then at some of the additional elements that we had identified should come out, and the council agreed with that. We did have a meeting with the council to run through those, and they did come through and agree. I think probably the easiest thing straight away, Ma'am, is just to turn to the summary table, which is at 1.26 of the addendum, because this really just does sum it all up. So you will see there that the council has accepted some deductions. There were also some additions go back in, but the council's position then is that the supply is 2,874 dwellings, which is equivalent to 2.3 years.
That's correct, Ma'am.
Thank you.
So then, Ma'am, the only sites then that are actually in dispute in terms of the deliverable supply are the healer sites, of which there are 454 units within the supply. And then there are 2 other sites, Trafford House and Southern Hay, and those are both schemes for which planning permission has yet to be granted.
So Trafford House, the resolution to grant, we're just waiting for the final signature of the 106. So it has a resolution to grant, Trafford House does. We're just waiting for the finalisation of the 106 agreement.
Yes, that's correct, and that's recorded in the table just after 1.21 and just before 1.22. So the resolution to grant is recorded there. But those are the only, so with those healer sites and those 2 sites, those are the elements that we have then deducted, or I have then deducted from the council supply figure, which leads to my position of there being a 2,209 dwellings in supply, which is equivalent to 1.76 years.
Okay.
We agree with that position completely, with the exception of the 2 consents which are noted at 4 and 5, which is Trafford House and Southern Hay. and also the healer sites. The healer sites, we have got, there is evidence of deliverability of those. Planning permission was granted Wednesday last week for 2 of those sites. So they are deliverable. The issue we've got, and a number of those sites don't fall within the brownfield land registries because they are, the Newtown itself was developed over a longer period of time than the original master plan, and sites were left as green space because they weren't filled with the with housing at the time. A lot of that green space is remaining. It was in the initial plan in 1998, given the allocation open space without a further review, and that review is being undertaken at the moment into those into that open space, green space. So going forward, the HELAR sites sit well and truly within our own housing delivery programme, both with Sempra Homes and also the HRA account. So those sites will come forward as one site came forward. Well, actually 2 of the HELAR sites came forward at Planning Committee Wednesday last week, and we can send you additional evidence of that committee report that shows that the consent being granted for a HELAR site last week. So in our respects, we continue the fact that the HELAR sites, about 454, can remain in our count, which gives us the deliverability of 2.3 years.
So the sites that you say, because I'm a little bit hazy, I'll say, well, not following, is in the statement of common ground, the main statement of common ground, there was a date, a cut-off date of April.
Yeah, the HELAR runs. All I'm saying, Ma'am, is the fact that the deliverability of the HELAR sites has always been challenged, and it's been challenged at every appeal we've undertaken so far. What I'm saying is the fact that I'm not taking that consent from last week as accounting towards the overall figure in terms of a consent. What I'm saying is the fact that there's been evidence of deliverability of those HELAR sites coming forward. And what I'm saying is the fact that of the 554 we've got in the HELAR sites, i.e. sites for the future, we can show delivery because one of those sites has been granted outside the period of count, but shows that those sites can be delivered, and the fact that they're allocated open space doesn't prevent delivery of them.
Can you tell me which sites they are? Is the council, is the appellant aware of these sites? Because I'm wondering whether are we getting into territory of new evidence? That's all I'm thinking.
The sites in question is identified as land at Fairlock Gardens, Basildon, given the reference number SS0710, and land at Long Riding, north of Napier Close, Bastable, and given the reference SS0107.
We're not aware of that. That's the first we've heard about it, madam.
In terms of planning permissions being granted, I mean, I think, Ma'am, if I may just take you to the. Sorry, I haven't appreciated we've moved on. I thought we were just kind of giving a summary of the addendum for now. Obviously, we have kind of just moved on from that. So if I may, I think it is worth firstly looking at the Eastgate decision letter, because obviously a lot of this evidence was presented to that inspector, and that inspector has said something about the supply, and in particular the deliverability and of the HELAR sites, insofar as the extent to which they comply with the definition in the framework, in the glossary of the framework. And if you look at paragraph paragraph 71 it is.
Sorry,
I mean, you'll see paragraph 71.
Oh, I haven't got that. Sorry, of the
ID4. The Eastgate Town Centre appeal decision, which is ID4.
Get that up. Please bear with me a moment. I can't see that ID document in my list in my back office, so I need to get that resolved. If you can just, and I haven't got a hard copy.
Would you like me to just?
This is better. We can read you out the paragraph. I mean, the paragraph is as noted above, the council cannot just demonstrate a 5-year.
Sorry, can I just say, because I can't see the council at all, so I don't know who's speaking.
Sorry, it's Christine Lyons speaking.
Is there a reason why I can't see the council?
I don't know. Oh, I can see them, madam. They're certainly showing on our screen.
We can see you, madam.
I'll just see if I can share it. Yeah, I've just got a blacked. It's blacked out for some reason. I can't see you. See if I can. Right, okay, I've changed my view. Maybe that might. I can see you now if I've got it on speaker view. Yeah, right, that'll work.
To assist Mrs. Inspector, I'm happy to read out the paragraph. The paragraph goes basically what the appellants just said. As noted above, this is paragraph 71 from the decision notice. As noted above, the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of deliverable housing sites. Indeed, the shortfall is substantial, even against the council's latest position on supply, around 2.3 years. The figure includes around 440 units without planning permission, which are disputed by the appellants, including some sites which are currently open space, and 60 units derived from an undetermined application in Southern Hay, East Walk. Taking into account the definition of deliverable in the framework and the advice on the planning practice guidance, PPG, the deliverability of these 440 units has not been demonstrated. Assuming the Market Square is fully completed in the period up to March 2027, the 5-year supply would be around 2,000 or close to 2 years. And that's what the inspector said in that decision letter. So the inspector did not consider the HELAR sites as deliverable in his decision letter. And the appellant's quite right to say that.
Okay, thanks.
I think, Ma'am, it might be worth also, just with respect to what's been said about planning permissions being added in, it is also worth you having a look at what the Market Square inspector said at paragraph 92, and that is CD 8.10.
Okay.
And this goes back to the cut-off dates that you've just mentioned, i.e. the HELA sites weren't deliverable at the base date. They are in effect windfall developments that have been granted planning consent post base date. And the Market Square inspector, to say at paragraph 92, did say there that the council have made some adjustments, including uplift to sites with planning permission, and in a further statement responding to submissions of the appellant from all 6 parties, the council confirmed the supply then was 3.3 years. However, it is important that the annual housing land supply calculation should not be distorted by ad hoc additions or deductions throughout the monitoring year. Therefore, those dwellings arising from planning permissions, resolutions, or applications post-dating the annual report should be discounted. And that is the reason that we have discounted those 2 sites and the HELAR sites. They do not have planning permission at the base date. And if they were put into the supply, they would distort against what is obviously a moving position on the requirements as well.
Okay, I think where I am with those, the 2 most recent permissions for those HELAR sites, in my view, the council's had plenty of opportunity to bring those in front of the inquiry before now, and therefore I'm inclined not to. I'm not going to ask for any more further evidence or invite further evidence, or indeed accept it in relation to those sites. I think that to do so at this late stage isn't fair, if I'm honest. So I'm not proposing to ask any more about those sites. Is there anything? So in terms of I've got the addendum is very helpful. It's really narrows the dispute down. I know where the disputes are between the parties. And I think it's for me to, you've obviously, I think you've got to a point where you're not going to agree there's not going to be any further concession. So I'm just going to go away and I'll review all the evidence and I'll come up with my thoughts on that in my decision letter. I do have a couple of questions in relation to the addendum, and I think so this is for the council really, and this is just so I'm absolutely crystal clear. So it's in relation to paragraph 1.18 of the addendum. And this is telling me that the positions are now agreed for all type 1 sites. So I'm taking that as meaning that the council no longer disputes the appellant's evidence regarding the type 1 schemes. Am I correct to do that?
Yes, no, that's correct.
That's correct. It's just the way that it's worded. I want to just make absolute certain that that is correct. Thank you. And then my second question, this is we're jumping a bit around a little bit, but I'll ask it now, just in terms of is the appellant wanting to say anything about the disputed type 2 sites?
There's three dwellings. I mean, it's completely immaterial, to be honest.
Yeah,
in terms of where it gets us to. So
yeah.
No, I don't have anything further.
No, you don't want it, right? Okay, just so I've got a complete understanding. Obviously, this is for the council, and in terms of the table, the table, it's coloured red. It tells me that there's a resolution to grant permission for 151 units pending the receipt of a 106, and this is for Trafford House. Is that still a current position for the section 106?
Yeah, it's ready to be engrossed at the moment, so that should be granted within the next week or so.
Okay, and the lead-in times for reserve matters, has there been any discussion about that?
Trafford House is a full application.
It's a full application. Okay.
Sorry, Mum, in my comment about not wanting to send it, obviously doesn't take away from the fact that from my position, these will be permissions post base date.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to confuse you with that, to think that I was changing.
Yeah. Apologies, my printer for some reason has just come alive, so I apologise for the noise in the background. I think it's stopped now. And in relation to the Southern Hay site,
planning consent.
Actually, to be quite honest, it went back to but you've already answered the question. It was in relation to the. I just want to check: is the council are they no longer sticking to what was agreed in the statement of common ground in terms of the base date?
In terms of these sites, the base date is still correct. These sites both sit within the urban fabric of the town centre, and therefore under the PPG, even though they haven't got planning permission, they're still deliverable. So they can still form part of the pipeline, even though they're not consented sites. So Southern Hay has been with the council. There's been some matters to do with SUDs which are now resolved, and we're just waiting for the final plans to be submitted. The final part of the SUDs plan to be submitted. So application will be coming forward. So it's still part of the pipeline. It's still, even though it hasn't got planning permission, it can still form part of the pipeline because it was in our pipeline before the base date commenced. It's therefore hopefully by next, well, it should have planning consent in the next few months, and then it will then for next year it will form part of the consented schemes.
Sorry, I'm not following because it's 6.12. I don't know. I need to get to the bottom of this because I'm not following it. It may just be me. It may just be me having a moment. But 6.12, the parties agree that the housing land supply calculations do not include sites which would not have been considered deliverable at the base date. So I'm not squaring. I'm not squaring that. The council's argument with that.
If I can clarify, ma'am, the rationale for originally including this in the addendum was recorded, demonstrated by our healer and on our Brownfield Land Register. We considered it to be deliverable on the base date of this 5-year land supply, the 1st of April. However, having taken account of the ruling given by the inspector in the Eastgate inquiry that it wasn't demonstrated as deliverable, we'd now accept that any process is after the base date. And therefore we would concede this scheme, the Southern Hay and East Walk.
You concede it, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But not Trafford House.
It's still pipeline
We would consider that Trafford House was demonstrated as deliverable on the base date.
And why is that?
And that would be based on the fact that it's a previously developed site in the urban area, and the resolution to grant planning consent had been agreed before the base date of this 5-year land supply.
Right, okay. So that means that on that red table, the only site that's in dispute is the Trafford House site now. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything that the appellant wishes to draw to my attention on this before we move on?
Only, Mum, in terms of just going back to the definition of deliverable, and I think we all, you know, accept that it's not a closed list. But I mean, this definitely falls within the at the base date within the B, and we would say that actually a resolution to grant, particularly one that has been taken some time ago, and things are moving relatively slowly. For us, the difference between Trafford House and Southern Hay, there is no difference until that planning permission has been granted. Things may well change, viability could change, all sorts of things could change. And so it is actually on the granted planning consent that you get that certainty that is called for now within the definition of deliverable. So that's why I keep both of those within the same category.
Okay, can I just finally ask the council, when was that resolution to grant permission for Trafford House?
We're looking for the answer, madam. We are working on it. We're not ignoring you.
That's fine. No, that's fine. I thought you would be.
It was the 3rd of November, Mum. The hold-up's been because we've been dealing with appeals ever since, and our legal team have been dealing with appeals rather than dealing with 106 agreements.
Last year.
So it's the 5th of November last year, and the hold-up's been actually our legal team. We haven't had the capacity to get the 106 signed. So actually, the applicant's been asking for the decision since then, but we haven't had the resources to work up the 106 agreement. But it's now been resolved, and that's now with the appellants, the applicant solicitors for signing.
And that was 2021, 5th of November 2021.
That's correct, Mum.
Yeah, okay, that's useful. Thank you. I think that covers everything, I think we've covered everything within the agenda, unless anybody wants to.
Madam, there's just one matter, and I'm just conscious, and this goes to the affordable housing technical note, which is Appendix B to Mrs. Mulliner's proof of evidence, or CD 7.19. And you may recall, I think you alluded to this probably on day one, that you'd seen some correspondence or emails between the council and the appellants in relation to the supply of affordable dwellings to add in an additional 16, which we've accepted. But the table in the technical note was never updated. So it might just be sensible if I give you what those up-to-date figures reflecting that agreement with the council are. So this is in CD 7.19 or Appendix B of Mrs. Mulliner's appendices. It's, I think, the table 9 at paragraph 2.39.
Yes.
So in the text above the table, you'll see a reference to 31 affordable dwellings are expected to come forward.
Yeah.
That should be 47 to reflect the additional 16.
Yeah.
And then in the table at row A, 31 should be 47.
Yeah.
And in row C, the deficit of 1964 should be a deficit of 1948.
Yeah.
So that just updates that table so that you don't miss that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Is there anything else on that anyone needs to raise in relation to housing, affordable housing or land
Not from the
supply?
appellants, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No, from us, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So that concludes the. Yes, that concludes. I don't have any more questions on this. I obviously have a lot of evidence that I'll go through and make a decision on it. So thank you for narrowing down the dispute as far as you possibly could. That's been really helpful, and it's obviously saved inquiry time. So it is always appreciated. Now looking at, we're coming up to 12, quarter to 1. So shall I take it that we're not going to press on to the reserved session now? Are we going to have a break?
I think that's what we previously agreed. We just do need to contact Ms. Tamlin to make sure she's available.
Yeah.
She was always going to be available this afternoon.
Yes,
but
okay.
I don't know immediately whether she is, available.
No, that's fine, and it is 10 to 1, so we'll break. So the reserve session is going to come forward. If I say, shall we resume at 2 o'clock?
Yes, that's
gives
fine.
Just over an hour.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that cause a problem for anyone? An extra 10 minutes lunch?
No, madam, no.
Okay then. Well, we'll do that. So we'll resume back at 2 o'clock, and that's for what I'm anticipating is going to be a short session in relation to an outstanding question I've got relating to ecology, and it links back to the question I posed to Ms. Mulliner earlier on today. So just to give you some preparation for that. So it's 10 to 1 now, and this inquiry is adjourned until 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for everybody's contribution.
Thank you, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's just coming up to 2 o'clock and this inquiry is resumed. So before we start with the reserve session, in which I'm really just wanting to focus on a particular ecology matter, ecology related matter, is there anything that either of the parties need to raise with me? Council?
No, thank you, Madam, except to say that the cell compliance statement has been sent through to PINS now, with reflecting the agreement from the County Council's position. And
Thank
the
you.
latest draft of the conditions has been sent over to the appellant for their approval.
Thank you. Mr. Liston, is there anything that you need to add?
No, Madam. I'm sure it has been, the conditions have been sent. We haven't had a chance yet to look at them. We will do that this afternoon, perhaps when we adjourn, so we can get them back.
Okay, I think everybody's clear on the timeframes, etc. So I'm not going to labour them anymore. So thank you very much, just in anticipation of everybody's collaboration there. Just checking to see how many participants who we've got. Okay. So I think we have Ms. Tamblin, is that correct? Yes. Good afternoon. Obviously, I don't know how much of the inquiry you've actually managed to see. Do you need me to do you any sort of briefing on how we're going to run the session, or are you?
I'm comfortable if you've got questions that you want to ask, just to crack on, that's fine.
Yeah,
and I'm sorry for my attire. I was going to put on something smart, but it was brought forward and I was in a bit of a rush. I was on site this morning.
That's absolutely fine. It won't add to or take away from what you've got to say.
Okay, so good. I'm glad to hear it.
Okay, so really, just launching straight in, really, with the questions that I've got. So just looking at your, now I'll address you, Ms. Tamblin, because obviously it was your evidence that then is transposed into Ms. Mulliner's evidence. So just, I suppose, to get it from its origin, the question I've got. So looking at, I think it's paragraph 7.8. Let's just double check that is the correct reference.
Maybe 3.6, Madam.
Oh yeah, it might be 3.6. Yes, but yeah, I'll find it.
Last sentence, I think.
Yes, that's it. It's 3.6. I beg your pardon.
No problem.
I'll be making note of that. Okay, so just in reference to 3.6, obviously, what this is telling me is that the open space associated with the appeal proposal will predominantly mitigate for the increases to the recreational pressure on the two SSSIs that are in the locality. And it's really, it's for me to understand how you've arrived at that and what that actually means in practice, because predominantly to me suggests that there may still be some residual harm, and I'm just wanting to get to the bottom of that. And obviously I'm aware that the council hasn't taken any exception to any of this evidence, and there's no outstanding disputes. It's just that, particularly with it being a matter of an application for non-determination, I just want to be absolutely crystal clear.
Okay,
what is
well,
meant.
yeah, no, that's fine. So we've got the Mill Meadows SSSI, which is located about 350, 320 meters as the crow flies. So away from our red line boundary. Now, we know that this is managed by Basildon District Council, and there's no direct connectivity between our site and the SSSI. There is infrastructure in between. This has also managed well. It seems to be in good condition, and all impacts associated with the integrity of the SSSI that have been listed by Natural England are with regards to scrub encroachment and that kind of stuff. There is no issue in itself with regards to recreational impact. With our site, we have an area of green space nicely within the middle of the site, so that conforms to the Natural England ANCS standards, which is that accessible natural green space, which, you know, the standard is a 2 hectare minimum within walking distance from houses, which is what we've got. So that would cater for, in fact, we've got more open space than that. That's the minimum requirement. So what we have got is this area of open space, which I would assume that is going to be used for regular recreational activity from the new development and the surrounding developments that are already existing, because it's really easy to get to. What we can't rule out is that occasionally people might go to the SSSI, and it's just that sort of small number that may go and visit the SSSI that I've said really is covered by that predominantly. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Lovely. And I would say that would not be a significant impact, because one, we are happy that the Mill Meadows SSSI is managed, and the impacts regarding to the integrity of the SSSI are not impacted by recreational pressure. Also, it says within the SSSI management plan.
Is that are the details of the integrity of the SSSI, is that within the evidence base anywhere? Can anybody point me to?
I've put it on 3.2. It says Mill Meadows supports high value habitats and is managed to ensure that these are retained to their value. Cattle grazing is in place, and the SSSI grassland is managed by Basildon DC under high level stewardship since 2008. On review of the condition of the SSSI unit, it appears that scrub encroachment is key, with reviews to grazing regimes also required. There are no comments with regards to recreational impacts.
So the no comments, is that no comments from you, no comments in the background information about the background information?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, that's that. Right, okay, that makes a difference to my understanding now. And is it the same in terms of Nosey Wood? Is it the same comment again?
Yeah, we've got here on 3.4, it is a SSSI, it's slightly further away. It is in favourable condition, which is a category that is assigned by Natural England, who manage the SSSI units. Access is again managed with paths created and recreation allowed. So they're bike and access trails, information boards, picnic areas, toilets. So it is managed for active recreational use. So again, it seems to be in favourable condition.
Okay, that covers that. Thank you. I'll just ask the council if there's anything they want to add or disagree.
No, not at all. No, Madam.
Madam, just before Ms Tamlin disappears, can we just deal with one other issue that potentially you raise, which is appropriate assessment, European site, etc. You may recall, and
Yes.
you asked, was there any evidence which demonstrated that the triple SIs, i.e. Norsey Wood and Mill Meadows, were not European sites? Can I direct you to CD 1.17, which is amongst the application documents and is the original ecological impact assessment that Ms Tamlin carried out. And in the normal way, you will see that she sets out the baseline, she identifies those areas that are potentially impacted, etc. And at section, or in section 5, which begins on page 29, she identifies at paragraph 5.2 important features off the site, but within the zone of influence of the potential for increased recreational pressure and therefore require impact assessment. Included in that list is Mill Meadows and Norsey Wood, but also, and importantly, the Crouch and Roach Estuaries triple SI, which is also an SPA, so a European site, and the Essex Estuaries SAC. So Crouch and Roach Estuaries is a European site, as is the Essex Estuaries SAC. But then at paragraph 5.4, she says that the Crouch and Roach Estuaries triple SI SPA and the Ramsar and the Essex Estuaries SAC lie 8.8 kilometers east of the site boundary at the nearest point. The development does not fall within the triple SI impact zone for this site, nor within the zone of influence of the SPA or SAC or Ramsar. Therefore, no direct adverse impacts from habitat loss, fragmentation, or isolation will occur during the construction phase, and no likely significant effects are predicted. That's why no appropriate assessment is required.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
And I say, if there are any further questions, Ms Tamlin's here. I suspect she can confirm that.
I haven't got anything else in relation to her evidence or this matter in general. And that clears everything up clearly for me. So that's very helpful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I don't have any other questions in respect to any of those other matters that were listed on the agenda. We know where we are with the planning obligations and the conditions as well, and there isn't anything else I need to raise. Is there anything that from the council's perspective that they wish to raise?
No, thank you, Madam.
And the appellant?
No, Madam. So we will be providing. We'll respond to the schedule of conditions this afternoon. We will provide you with a written response to the Meads' Appendix A that went in on Friday. And I think that's all we have to do from our side. So the Section 106 agreement as well. And other than that, it's closing submissions.
Yes, yeah. And I what I'd said about the Section 106, I'm happy just to have that come through as an electronic document. Clearly, if you just clearly mark in the email, whoever's sending the email, that is the final version, just so that I do get it into the back office system, that would be really helpful. So therefore, I mean, it's coming up to 2:15. So as far as I'm concerned, that this particular session is concluded. So thank you very much for everybody who's taken the time to assist with that session and for earlier on today as well. You'll recall at day 6 tomorrow, Tuesday the 4th of October, we don't have any sessions scheduled, and because we've stuck to, well, we're ahead of time, we don't need this reserve day for closings, and I propose that we stick to day 7. I'm sure that both the advocates will welcome that rather than me bringing forward the closings to tomorrow, and that'll just make sure that we've got everything, all the documents, etc., that are required. So without any further delay there, we will adjourn now until Wednesday the 5th of October, where I propose we reopen at 9:30, if that's still acceptable with both the council. Mr. Litton, I can see heads nodding. So yes, so thank you very much. This inquiry is now adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.